Oh, here we go. I'm so late, and oh, I was supposed to stream several hours ago. It was supposed to be an all-day thing for me. We're making levels today. We're making levels for our game so that our game can be playable. And you know that starts by pressing the go button and starting to write code. And instead of that, I had driver issues to deal with. Oh well. Let's get set up. Okay. Check the sound. Yes, there's sound. Let me go ahead and check that. Stream manager. Okay, we're good. We have signal. Welcome. We're making a roguelike for Game Like Jam 7. A game like Rogue. We're at the halfway point now. We have 14 days left. The plan this weekend is to make a proper level generator. Ideally, we make something that we can say is like the final cut. We're not going to do that. Not because we don't have the time. I mean, we don't have the time. But when I underestimated the problem. We could make placeholders, not placeholders, like a rough draft where we come up with some level strategies, like 5 level strategies, and then we stretch those out over 14 floors. And then we just wing it as far as monster placement goes, as far as item placement goes, all of that. And I don't think that's going to be very fun, whatever we produce. And we're going to have to refine it, and we're going to have to sharpen it, and we're going to have to add new elements. We're going to have to add flavor elements to like flesh out the world that we're generating. We're going to have to add like doors and messages and stuff like that. There's a lot more that goes into level generation than just where are we putting walls, where are we putting floors. And at the same time, if we get short on time, we could just take the level generation that Rogue does, which I'm going to be implementing in just a moment. We could just take that, say, here's our level strategy. We have 1 level strategy. We're going to make 15 levels out of that. It's not going to make a good game. It's going to make a game that's about as good as Rogue. So, but we could do that, and that qualifies as a roguelike. Not only does it qualify as a roguelike, it qualifies as a rogue-like, because it's literally Rogue's level generator stretched out. So let's do that. The bare minimum is very low. It's very easy. So I expect that we'll get it done today. And then the rest of tomorrow and the whole week, I had budgeted towards make that better. So have that in mind. We'll keep that in mind. We're going to make a new folder. This is the floor folder. We're going to need a new handler. This is the floor handler. Why am I doing that? Floor handler. So the idea is that we need an object in the game that is responsible for keeping track of what level we're on. Everything that goes in a level based on like level 3 should have X, Y, and Z. It should not have A, B, and W. That is the responsibility of the floor handler. The idea is that when we go to an exit, we tell main we hit an exit, and the main function has a signal for that. The main function then says, okay, level handler, floor handler, whatever, we just finished level 3, give me a level 4. And then we give it the level object. We tell it level 4, please, and the level handler Floor handler takes care of the rest. I want to make this global. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I would like to experiment with and see how globals can be used in a good way. Because I tried making previous handlers global in the past, and globals cannot access any children. Globals cannot access their parent. Globals are completely autonomous. They're basically static functions with state, and it's not worth going over to the movement handler and like chopping it up just so that we can make it global. That's not particularly advantageous. But if we start from scratch, maybe it is worth doing. So we want a level handler. Why am I blanking? Source, handler, floor handler. Thank you. There we go. Add. Boom. We now have an object called floor handler that we can access anywhere, anytime, any place. Let's give this function func generate level, generate floor. I want to call this a floor and not a level, because if I call it a level, I'm going to get confused with like the level object, and I don't want to do that. So I'm trying to call it a floor. Generate floor. We need to pass in the level object. Level. We need to pass in the number. And I don't know if we need to pass in anything else. Work in progress. Pass. So the level handler doesn't need to know what level we're on. It does need to know the strategies for level 1's going to have this. Level 2's going to have this. Level 3's going to have this. I think if we were building this out in a way that we could work on it for a long time. If this wasn't a game jam, that's what I'm trying to say. If this wasn't a game jam, I'd probably just make like a level strategy, a floor strategy object, and then like make like level 1 strategy, level 2 strategy, level 3 strategy, level 4 strategy, and so on and so forth. Because this is a game jam, we're doing it all in this function. Okay, so no, I don't actually think it's easier to do it all in this function. If I'm honest, we can just make a new folder, floor strategies. Floor strategy 1. Or we can just shorthand that 1 FS. All right, so no. Okay. The idea is we have some helper functions. Level gen helper. We are going to need those. Are all of these functions static? Generate func. Generate tunnel. We're gonna want to define more of these, but we'll come back to that. Theoretically, those are self-contained tools that we will be using to generate our level. Let's start now. We need to declare a script now for our rogue floor design. Rogue floor strategy. Is that the right word? Shoot. This is, so the rogue floor strategy is divide the map into 9 segments, because the level size is fixed in Rogue. It's the size of the screen. Well, it's not the size of the screen. It's 80 by 48, which is then, it's one screen. And then divide that into 9 segments and then put a room in each segment. And then connect them. Rogue floor pattern. Pattern, that's the word. And I'm actually going to want to define another function right now. Single room pattern. And I think I want to define a abstract floor pattern class. Class name floor. Don't worry about it. It'll make sense once we get there. Okay, so the idea is that we are handed the level. Yes, we are handed the level, but we're also handed a level size. Is that going to be a rect? We're handed a rect. Let me check what we've already got. Do we pass in a rect? No, we pass in a start and an end. I could have just passed in a rect. That's on me. I didn't know. I probably didn't know that that was an object at the time, but I do know no. So we will pass in a where am I defining all this? Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm so thirsty. That's why I'm thinking slow right now. So the idea is that we have a function, abstract. Can I name this abstract? I don't think this needs to extend node. I don't know what extending node gets us, but I also, whatever. Don't worry about it. Abstract func implement pattern. We need to pass in a level object. We need to pass in a rect. 2D axis aligned bounding box using floating point. Is there a 2i? Because I think I want a 2i. Yes, there is. That's what we need. Using integer coordinates. That's exactly what we need. Go back. I think that's it. So we pass in the level so that the pattern can actually draw on the level. And then we pass in coordinates saying, here's where you're allowed to do things in. Theoretically, the function could break that pattern, but we're going to be nice and not do that. What else do we need? I don't think we need anything else. We need to return where the room is. We need to return what we've done. So Local parameter rect2i cannot be used as a type. Isn't this correct syntax? What is it complaining about this? We can't return a rect2i? Is that right? Godot abstract function return value. Oh, abstract classes are new? Oh, lucky us. If we had started doing this like in Godot 4.4, we'd be so boned. All right. No, how do abstract classes return a value? Abstract func. So this isn't like a blocker. This isn't a problem. I'm just looking this up because I'm so curious. How do you specify the return of an abstract function? Specifying the return of an abstract function. Abstract function cannot have there's a void here. Oh, but that's not abstract. Okay. Maybe it's because I don't have a colon. But this is abstract. What? Wait, what's wrong with rect2i specifically? I can't return rect2i specifically? What? What? So this is the right syntax. And it's not because of this, right? Oh, it is because of that. I can't have two rect2i's? What? What? Why? Oh, I'm naming it. Okay, level space rect space. This int is nothing. Oh, I need to add colons. Okay, my bad. All right, got to shake that rust off. It's been 3 days since I've opened Godot. I apologize. Let's go. We got to keep going. We're going to extend floor pattern now. Implement pattern. Func that pattern. Level. Space. Rect 2i. Rect 2i. Return. Rect. Return null. Okay. No, you should always be able to return null. You should always be able to return null. Whatever. This is just a placeholder. We're going to go to our single room pattern. That's more interesting. We're going to take all of these functions out because they're useless. Extend our floor pattern. Func. I wish there was like click button, implement. Implement missing functions. Okay. We have the level. We have the rec space. Working space. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our working space, and position size. Get area. It may be good enough to just get a vector 2i. It may be good enough to just get the center, but then again, whatever. Sorry, I'm having thoughts and then I'm not saying them out loud. So get area. So what I want to see is what does the rect 2i contain internally? So there's a start point, position, and size. Because it does not rotate, it's used for fast overlap tests. For floating point coordinate, no, negative values for size are not supported. Okay, so and the ending point is usually the bottom right corner of the rectangle. Okay, so we have a position, that's the top left corner, and then we have a size, and we can derive the end corner from that. Or I think the rect 2i is doing that for us. Okay, anyway, we have the position point and the end point. Let's go back to our single room pattern. Vector 2i start equals working space dot position. Vector 2i and equals working space dot end. Var. Sorry, I'm not. This isn't Python. Okay, we have our start and we have our end. Hold on. It actually might be better to use the size. So I have the size, and I want to pick random values on the x-axis and on the y-axis. So basically, we're picking a random point in space. So let's take this. For randi range random x equal randi range 0 to working space dot size 0 var random y equals randi range 0 working space dot size 1. So we're picking a random coordinate inside of our space. We have it now. We're going to try putting a room at that coordinate. So we can try putting a room that is half the size of our working space. I don't know how big is this room going to be. It could be a random amount. It needs to make sure that it's not bigger than the space we're working in. That is certain. So the size of the room should be okay. 1 second, because I just had a thought. So if we proceed down this route, we pick a random point in space and then we pick a random size. There's a chance that the size we pick is going to be greater than the working space that we have. Because like if we pick a random point and we pick the very bottom right corner of our space and then we try putting a 3x3 room there, there's no space because we're already in the bottom. What we can do to fix that though is if we work backwards, if instead of picking a random point, we pick a random size, and actually it's the same logic. All we have to do is rename this size x, random size. So these are the sizes of our rooms. From that, we can lock in that size and then we can say, okay, if the room, if the floor is 20 by 20 and the room I've picked is 18 by 18, there's not that many spaces. There's like 3 spaces on the x-axis and 3 spaces on the y-axis that we can actually put a room down, and we can calculate that, and then we can tell the floor pattern, pick one of those spaces. You know, there's no, you can't fail. Here are all the options. Pick one. We can do that mathematically. So how would that represent? So we pick a random size x. We're making a room. It needs to be greater than 0. It needs to be greater than 2. So we might want to put some bounds checks. If working space dot size 0 is less than or equal to 3, or working space dot size 1 less than or equal to 3. Assert false. We can't make a room here, and I don't know how to null return a null room. So this will give us a range from a minimum between 3 and 4. That is the minimum size room. And it might give us like 20. If we're passing to 2020, it might give us 20. Let's not. No, actually, that's fine. That's fine. If that happens, that's fine. Pick a random size. Then we calculate how many options do we have for possible x equals. The working space dot size minus the random size x is our possible x. Now what I would do is I would get a piece of paper and I would actually write that out and verify that that math is correct because it doesn't look correct. If working space is 20, dot x is 20, and we randomly pick 7, that should give us 13 possible positions to put our top left coordinate. Right? Or is there an off by 1 error there? To do off by 1 error check. We can figure this out by testing it. We can test it by writing it out and then making levels. And then if we get a level that breaks, we go, oh, it's probably this. Random size y. Okay. Now we have our list of possible x's and possible y's. Let us get a random location. Now we get a random location from the possibles. Var random x equals randi range 0 possible x var random y equals randi range 0 possible y. This coordinate will fit, or it'll have an off by 1 error and it won't fit. Either way, all we do is we put a room there. New var room rect equals rect to I. And what do I need to pass in to make this? How do I make rect? From rect to I, position and size. Okay. Or I could pass in x, y, written. No. Okay, position and size. We have those. We have both of those. We just made a position. We used the size to get the position. We have everything we need. Vector 2i x. And then we pass in another vector. Or I could just pass in. I don't need to make the vectors because there's a constructor that does that. Okay. That gets us the room rect. Now we need to go to our So we're working in offset space. It's possible this works fine if our working space is in the corner of the level. But what if we're working in the middle of the level? Like we're working in 20 by 20 to 40 by 40. We should be working in offset space. So I think we're fine. I think we're fine because we're working off the size, and the size is it handles the offset. So all we need to do is for our level helper, level gen helper, we have to pass in the top left coordinate and the bottom right coordinate. Those are absolute. Those are not relative. I'm passing the level, but we have the level, so that's easy. We need to generate the absolute coordinates, and we have the working space, so we should be able to do that. What am I doing? Not the right thing. Generate room, that's what I meant to copy. Level gen.generate room. Pass in the level. Pass in a vector 2i. And then another vector 2i. And then we've done it. We're done. Once we actually populate these, we have these are relative coordinates. This room rect is a relative coordinate. So if we add it to the top left corner of the working space, I can probably just do that as a var. Final x equals working space dot position 0 plus plus random x, and then var abs bottom right x equals working. Oh, no. It's top left x plus random size. I don't even need this rect. Get out of here. We're just going to do this live. We're going to do it live. Whoops. Oh, no, that's right. That's right. Identifier level gen. Yeah, that's because it's level gen. Not all code paths return a value. Good point. We need to return this as a rect. So that's why I was declaring it as a rect. Damn it. Var ret equals rect 2i. What did I? Random x, random y, random size x, random size y. Okay. That's the function. Can we simplify this? Not really. Oh, wait a minute. This needs to return an absolute coordinate, not a relative coordinate. And then we need to move this down so that we can use those variables, because they don't exist yet. Okay. Theoretically, that should be, there it is. We did it. We have we're using start, but we don't need it. Get out of here. So if we have our level gen say, hey, implement the single floor pattern, single room pattern. This pattern takes a space, it puts one room down, it returns the room. Done. Let's try that out. I would actually like to, okay, so before we try that out, before we riddle this with print lines, let's go to our floor pattern. Implement pattern, just kidding. Let's go to our floor strategy. Handler. Okay, so you give it the generate floor, and you tell it, give me level 1. If floor num equals 1. Since I actually made the floor strategy folder, this is not how we're going to do it. This is just for testing purposes. I don't even need this. What am I doing? We can just not use that for now. Level dot what am I doing? I'm spacing out. Var single room pattern dot new. Do I need to call new? Because this function, I don't know why I would call new. It has this object has no state, so I could just make it static. Can I make the class name static? No, but I can make this static, yes. Floor pattern static. Oh, you can't do that. That's ridiculous. Can we just make that go away then? All this just to not declare a function. I think it's actually fine to not make these static and just maybe in the future we will be rewarded with that strategy. So anyway, var x equals single room pattern dot new. Room pattern dot implement pattern level. So we actually need to make a new level here. I don't want to just take the level and pass it untouched. We're making a new level. Where am I doing that? So on level end, next level preload instantiate. Okay, we'll take this code right here. Floor handler. This should return the floor. No, just kidding. We're going to assume that we're being handed a fresh floor. We're going to assume that. I need to know the level's size. So that needs to be passed in as well. Or can I get that information? Does the level know how big it is? It does. It has a vector 2i. All right, we don't need to know that information. We'll get that information right now. Go to the floor handler. Okay, and then we just pass floor size. That's it. Now we just got to call generate floor. And we'll get a new level. We'll go to our main. Where are we generating the level? In init? We are generating a level here. Okay. We're calling level.init. We're passing in a 40 by 40. Level.init is calling generate level. No more. We don't do that anymore. This viz handler is useless because we're not generating the level in init. We need to move it. Oh, no, actually we don't need to move it because this init is being called. This init is being actually called. But do we need two inits? Okay, hold on. So main, we're creating the level. We're not creating it, we're instantiating the level. And then we're initting it to be at that size. So we shouldn't get the size from the level because the level does not know its own size until we init it. And I want to have the level handler handle it before we init it. So the size is something we do need to pass in. So let's go to our handler. We're going to go to the floor handler, floor size. Well, yeah. We could have the level handler decide that. We could say, all right, this is a level 1. Level 1 is 60 by 60. Level one is 80 by 80. Level 1 is, you know. We could do that instead. If that's the case, then that is actually determined by our floor strategy. So floor strategy needs to have their size, floor size. And this could be a fixed value or it could be a random value. So we should just have a function get floor size, and then it'll return floor size. But we can change that if we want. Isn't there a way to make getters? Set value, get value. So something like this. This needs to be defined as a vect2i. I mean, that doesn't accomplish anything, whatever. Evening, brother. Hey, Timothy. How's it going? We can just stick with this function. This is fine. How you doing, dude? I'm doing good. Let me determine this. So this is floor strategy 1. So the floor size is, I'm just going to return vector2i. Let's say 80, 80. It's a big floor because it just is. And then if we need this, we'll get it. But otherwise, we just have this get floor size function. Maybe we should make like a abstract floor strategy. Class name, floor strategy, extends node. It's abstract. Just my ass handed me when you don't NTA, don't play when you're. Are you wasted right now? Func get floor get room size. Okay, and then all we have to do is implement Floor strategy. Class name floor strategy 1. I don't know. Naming things is so hard. Did I really call it room size? It's a floor, not a room. This is the floor strategy, not a room strategy. All right. Okay, we've got a floor strategy. So now we just go back to our floor handler and we say, give me floor strategy 1. And then use that to get the floor size. Okay, floor size is not level.size. Floor size is, for now, placeholder to do floor strategy 1.new. Great. Dot get floor size. Okay, that should be it. Now all I have to do is call this function instead of our generate level function. Not quite. We've made the room, but we need to put the player in it. And preferably an exit in it as well. This is where like all the time sync for level generation goes to, because it's like, okay, theoretically we've made a room. And it'll get a lot easier as soon as we finish implementing these strategies and these patterns, that we can start piecing them together and connecting together and making like a really complicated thing with a little bit of effort. And this should go from like, this is really hard and painful and hard to, oh, we're done already. Oh, wow, that's a game. I'm more too tired than wasted, to be honest. Can't focus at all when you can't play. You know you're drunk, but I always check because I love you. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. We just got to keep pushing forward and then we'll get there. So let's push forward. Let's test this single room generator. Main. Okay, so instead of calling level.init, we're still going to call level.init, but we're no longer going to pass in the level size. No, we still need to pass the level size in. We're not going to call level init here. That's what it's going to happen. We're going to call level init in the floor handler when we're done. We're not going to do that in the main anymore. Instead, we're going to call our level handler. Level 1. You don't need this anymore. I don't actually know why this is here. I get the feeling it's there because we need to... I don't know. I don't know why that's there. But I have to trust that it's there for a reason. Because... just because. So we'll take this. We'll move that in there as well. Floor handler. Getting in this cargo cult. We are doing this to generate the first level, but we've also got this level down here. So we don't need to set this because we are already this doesn't make any sense to me. Hold on. How does this work? Because if we take the level and then we add another level as a sibling and then we call free on this, this should free the next level as well, because this frees all siblings. How did that ever work? Hold on. All right. let's experiment, because I have a burning need to figure out why this function is here and why it isn't breaking my game. Let's go back to level.init. We need to comment. Oh, I already commented out. Okay. So if level size 0 equals 40, then generate the level. Just so that we can actually test that out. I need to go back to the floor handler, and we need to add things into the level. This is good. We just need the exit as a placeholder. We're going to need a function for adding items to the level. I think we already have that. I think we already did that, didn't we? Add item. Like, yeah, no, we should just do that. Item promises out append. Does that not handle parenting as well? Because I'm tired of add child. Tired of typing that. And we have to do this item.init. What a piece of junk. Just to set the sprite. Just to set its position. Why does this even need to know its position? Does this thing even use its own position? Oh, that's to decide where it gets drawn. Oh, yeah, all right. Whatever. Whatever. What a mess. Yo, hey, the one and only Bacon. How's it going? I think if I hit run, a game will happen. No. Invalid type and function implement pattern. In base node single room pattern cannot convert argument 2 from vector 2i to rect 2i. That's right. We're passing an erect 2i. We can't just give it the floor. We have to give it the pattern calls for a working space. Working space equals rect 2i. Vector 2i 0 0 and then floor size. I was hoping my dad was something pretty good. You went live earlier than I thought you would. You did say you're live at 10:40 or 12. Well, I was planning on going live several hours ago, but my computer was having driver issues, so I figured that the more time I spend on the level generator, the better the game will be. So, you know. Okay, well, I made the level, but there's a problem. Where is it? Oh, I found it. I did not place the player location. And so we are outside the world. Made a level but no level. The level's there. The level is there. I don't know where we are. That's kind of the problem. Let's try that again. Where is the player? So if I hit right. We're at like location 10. Okay, wait a minute. What? Why is the level starting at 4 6? Oh no. This is fine. This is fine because we're passing in 0, 0 to 80, 80. That's the world of possibilities. But we're telling the level generator, make a random level. So yeah, this room is, it's very big. This room is inside the world that we gave it. How big is this level? Oh, not that big. 74 to 44. Okay, so that made a huge room. That's fine. That's fine. We did tell it to do that. So this is fine. The problem is we didn't put ourselves inside that room. And that's our fault because we did tell the floor generator to return the room. So we should get that information. And then we should put the player inside of the room. Did my procrastination thing and hopped on a Metroidvania note list. Sat there and decided to listen to music. Had to force myself to get ideas, but decided to get ideas for my solo first-person game instead. It happens. Sometimes you get inspiration for the thing that you don't want to work on, but inspiration comes when it comes, and yeah. I get my best ideas when I'm walking around, which is bad for like, I can't walk around on stream and, I can't write code and walk around at the same time because I don't have that technology. But when I go walking around, like, it's easy to think. It's so easy to think. That doesn't mean I think what I want to think. That doesn't mean, like, if I'm working on this game, that doesn't mean that if I walk around, I get ideas for this game. Sometimes I get ideas for D&D. Sometimes I get ideas for, like, what if I make this different game? Sometimes I get ideas for work. It's just, don't know how to. That's just life. At least I got a thing for my solo FPS project done. Nice. Or got all the ideas. That's still nice. I have had quite a few ideas for the next game that I'm going to make. And I would also like it to be 3D. And making a 3D game, I've done enough research to know that making a 3D game, if you can do it, put your game dev hat on. You've earned it. Game dev badge. 100% game dev. This is a dungeon crawler, right? Yeah. The second game, yes. I wasn't planning on being like true 3D. It was going to be grid 3D, but that doesn't make the math simpler. That makes the math the same amount of hard, or a little harder. In fact, it makes the performance simpler, but not the math. I'm not actually locked in to it being a 3D game because in order to make a 3D game that I'm envisioning, like it's going to be like Dungeon Hack or Dungeon Master or Eye of the Beholder or those kind of games, I need to source artwork for that style of game. And I haven't seen enough public domain / like Creative Commons stuff out there to do that. And I do not have the talent to make that artwork. And I don't know of any way to make it that doesn't look like garbage. So that could be a limiting factor. And then I just don't make a 3D game. I make another 2D game because I can make artwork for 2D games. Like this is, it's not great, but it's a game. Thinking a story for my game and then a survival mode, which is my demo itch test. At school, I feel way more focused on stuff to the point where school, I will go to this website we did once early in the year of my computer science class and learn some Python. I can say it is so easy. That's a good feeling. Look back at stuff that you worked on and you go, yeah, I have grown. Good stuff. We got to put the player inside of this room wrecked, and that should be very easy because we have the logic for it. In fact, we should maybe just like make that logic, put that logic in a helper. Give me a random point inside of this rect2d, rect2i. Give me the, where is it? It's not an item. Give me the level gen helper. Static funct pick random loc. Pass in a rect2i. Okay. This is going to return a vector 2i. And then we've actually done this already. So let's just copy the work that we've done already. And just make it simpler. All right, so, oh, I need to name this working space. We don't need this because we can, if you give me a working space of any size, I can pick a tile inside of it as long as it's not below 0. Like, if you give me an, like, I don't know. We don't need to be passive aggressive or aggressive in the comments, but random size. I don't need any of this. .end x working space .end y. Return vector 2i random x random y. Loc means location, right? Yeah. What is this game about? This is a roguelike. This is a roguelike that is inspired by Rogue, because that's the rules, and then it's inspired by Reaping the Dungeon. So this game takes place on Mars, and our goal is to get to the bottom of a complex and destroy the machine, or take out the machine, or whatever, and then get out of the complex. So it's supposed to mirror Retrieve the Amulet of Yendor from Rogue. And that means that, well, we'll need to implement a machine at some point to beat. Why did I implement this function and not call it? Hold on. I've done the work, but I didn't get the credit. Smart. Var player loc equals level gen dot get random loc room rect. Okay, and then we need to set the player loc, and I don't know how we're doing that. Is that set in the level, or is that something that's set on the player? Oh boy. Okay, so where's the player location? Because I think the way we were doing it before is we hard-coded the player location at 3.3, and then that worked because we didn't have level generation. Where's the player location set? Player.position equals, oh. So we're setting it here. We can just not do that. We can just set it. Is the robot character the actual character or just a placeholder? The art is just a placeholder. That sounds amazing. Is it on 2D or 3D? This is what it looks like. It's 2D. Oh, well, there's not much to show off because the level, we're not in the level right now. Hold on. Give me a minute. player that position. So what we could do is we could have the level generate an object, and that object's goal is when level.init is called, move the player to where that object is. I don't know. This has always been a placeholder, and I've just kind of left this for future me to deal with, and here I am. Now I have to deal with this because player position, I think, is just a default now. And because this level gen helper is a global, I can't just call like get parent. There's no parent. I can't call get child. There's no child. So I can't get the player. There's no way for me to get the player from, this isn't even the right function. This is, oh, we have the player loc. Where are we getting this from? Oh, no, we're not. This is not the player loc. This is, I'm I am just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna pass in the player. Problem solved. You give me the player, and I'm gonna put the player in the level for you. Go to main. Why? The script is player. It's a script at the play. Fine. Give me the floor handler. We're gonna make this character body 2D. Oh, I didn't actually set. Give me the player location, and then I will do nothing with it. I'm good at this game. Player.position equals grid mapper dot pixel, or grid to pixel, player loc, level. We're done. I think we need to add something as a child somewhere. That's my favorite sentence. Where's the main? Where's the player? Maybe we don't, because the player is a child of main, so we don't have to do that. We don't have to worry about it. That's not a problem. We don't worry about it. Okay, now we hit play. There's no exit. No, I did add an exit. Am I still out of the world? Why am I still out of the world? I did the thing. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. All right. Now we're in a position where I can start slapping print statements everywhere. Print player up is randomly determined to be at player loc. $111. All right, that was where I started, but that's not inside this room. So let's get the room wrecked. You can't do that. That's ridiculous. Why would anyone do that? Why are we crying about this? What? Is this the off by one error? Okay, we generated at 1045, size 52. Okay, so 21.4 is not within 1045. All right, so here's the problem. The level coordinates that we're generating are not absolute. Oh, right. They're not absolute. What do you mean cannot find member start? Oh, position. It's called position. Because of course it is. Ta-da! Now we're in the room. All right. So I put an exit somewhere in this room. I should increase my vision range. I'm gonna increase my vision range, not by debugging my range, but I'm gonna put a floodlight next to me. And we have a bug that we need to hunt down. But first, okay. Oh, I see the problem. We're putting it in 7.7. So if the room does not contain that location, we just don't get an exit. All right, easy solution because we can just generate a random location now. So easy. Done. We did it. But I also want to add an item. Our item equals floodlight.new item.init. I don't want a random location. I actually want to put it next to the player loc. Cool. I know my parentheses and brackets. Okay. Level.add item. Item. Add child item. And that's it. That should be it. All right. That should spawn. That's the flashlight, and we can't pick it up. That was weird. Let's figure that one out. I'm going to give you a midlife crisis if you haven't had one earlier during the creation of this. I feel like one thing that gives your game a unique spin is the vision system with the flashlight. I mean, this is inspired directly from Reaping the Dungeon, so it's definitely not unique. All right, there should be an exit in here. I've never played it. Yeah, it's whatever. There's the exit. Okay, and that brings us to this level. All right. Now we can not play test. We can bug hunt. Play test. No. Before that, I want to actually figure out why can't we pick this up? Is it because it's not initted properly? Do we need to call init before we pick up the floodlight? No. Oh, I know why. It's because we're using add item, and add item doesn't add the item until the promises are resolved, and we need to do that. Easy, though. That's easy to do. Level dot resolve item promises. Easy mode. All right. Yeah, that was it. That was the problem. All right. Finding the exit. It's somewhere in this giant room, which could be 80 by 80. Realistically, we should probably not have the room generator generate rooms this big. We should probably clamp it to like 10 by 10. No, 20 by 20. 20 by 20. Oh, I didn't actually do the thing I was going to test. So I don't understand why this queue free isn't just obliterating next level. Because this should destroy level. This should destroy next level. Those should no longer exist. And then we're setting level to next level. That should do nothing, but it doesn't. Because we're adding this as a sibling. What if we don't do that? Let's go find that level. Attempt to call function register exit in base null on a null instance. Because this doesn't have a sibling. Oh, but we're only doing that because we're generating the level in the level. So what if we just never do that? What if we're not making, once you get to level 2, that's it. Identifier item. Oops, that's fair. I did do that, huh? There we get the floodlight. Let's find. There it is. That was easy. Invalid access to property or key player on a base object of type null instance. Okay. Okay. So why? Why? Why is that a problem? The player isn't null. Level.getParent. Okay, so how does that work? Okay, so the player is not null. Player has a loc for sure. What is null though is level might be null. No, level's not null. Level is an object. Level.getParent might be null though, because easy fix. Easy fix. Let's just add it. Let's just add it to the main. Level.add to the main. Add child level. Okay, that should fix all our problems forever. Well, I mean, it did. I hate that though. I hate the child management. I hate it. I get it. I understand why it's important. I wish I could automate it. I wish I could just, like, someone else works that out. I'm not working that out. We can't really handle that from the floor handler. Well, I mean, we are doing it from the floor handler. Okay. Okay. So, we've determined we don't need this line. I think, hold on. One more test. Let's bring that exit back. Oh boy, I love my scroll wheel. We bring this exit back. Now that we've added the item as a child, it still works. Can we exit? Can we get out of here? Oh, we can do it. Everything's fine. We never needed to add this to the sibling of itself. We never needed to do that. All is right with the world. Let's get this line out of here. All right. Implement basic floor strategy implemented. Did we implement level 1? Or is that still a placeholder? I think that's still a placeholder. Oh no, well, I mean, there's the floor size. Commit. What? I just committed. Why is this happening? I don't know. It's not worth. It's not worth committing that. That's such a small change. How many levels are there going to be? Like infinite? I mean, there could be. I was planning on there being 15. The reason I wouldn't do infinite is because I don't have infinite content generation. Like the floors are the foundation for the game, so they're vital that they are done right. But if we just have a game of just floors, it's just it goes from fun to tedious. We would need some sort of enemy generator. We would need some sort of item generator. We would need some sort of plot generator, or plot like mission generator, like objective generator. That's what I meant. Then we could go infinite, but that is out of scope. So we're generating a level, and I'm going to right now say for the single room generator, we're going to generate rooms that do not exceed 20 by 20. So let me go into my level generator. Single room generator. Random size X. We're actually going to put max 20. I'm actually going to make a var. Max room size. And we're out of the level. Why did that? What? What? That's not right. That's so cursed. Oh, we spawned there. Okay. Well, hey, you know what? We found a bug. We found a bug. All right, so off by 1. I know why that's happening. I know why that's happening. Now that I've seen it in action, I know how to not have that happen. Well, let's go to our level handler. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Floor handler. We're passing in the room. The perimeter of the room is walls. So the way we're passing this in, the player absolutely can get put on a wall. I don't think I want the... I don't want to like reduce the size of this room. I would rather make like get random loc in room the function, and then in the utility we say get random range -1 -1 -1 -1, and then we need a minimum of 2. All right, and that should fix it. Oh, but since I changed the name, I did that so I'd force myself to update it. So is the main menu required for a game jam? So you're a ghost? So a main menu is not required because there are no requirements, but the main menu would be a good idea. But, I mean, making the main menu is kind of routine and not exciting. So I'm going to put that off to the end. That'll be 2 days before. Oh, no. All right. I figured that would happen because we're not doing any sort of check on where that flashlight goes. And the only reason I'm putting the flashlight there is for testing purposes. So that's not a bug. I mean, it's a bug, but that's an expected bug. Okay, the room should not be this big. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We capped it. Why is it this big? Did I not cap it right? The only requirement for the game to be at least the topic of a jam. I mean, all the rules are on the webpage. Yeah, here. Preserve the core gameplay. Make it original. Music has to be muted if I didn't make it. If the music is AI generated or if it's copyrighted. Keep it clean. Make it embeddable. Submit it in time, and then we have to vote and have fun. Those are the rules. Okay, this gave me a size of 39. Do I not understand what max means? Oh, I'm asking the maximum. I want minimum. I want minimum. No. Ah. Whoops. Okay, this gives me a tiny room. That's perfect. I like tiny rooms. All right, let's do that again. Even tinier. Okay, that's a little weird. I set the max to 20. Okay, 17. That's perfect. This is a room. This is a room. This might be too big. Maybe that's too big, but we can control that. I might set it to 10. Or like 15. But we don't need this. The system works. To do off by 1 error check. Actually, let's make this like 7. Because we want to check that off by 1 error. So we're going to... Oh, yeah, this is a small room. A little small. This might... Oh, the exit is... No, this isn't right. First of all, the exit is in the wall, which is wrong. And even worse, I'm not even in the level. How did that happen? Let's go to the floor handler. Let's start printing. How did I get put here in the corner? There's definitely something wrong with the level gen. There's definitely something wrong here. So the level is the right size. Did I? Oh, there should be a plus. Oh, that should be a plus. Ah. Because we want to move the top left corner to the right, and we want to move the bottom right corner to the left. Okay. Did I get this right? Yeah, I think I did. How's it going? Are you real? I'm real. All right. Bug fixed. I'll do this a few more times. What would help doing this a few more times is if instead of calling level gen level.generate map, what if we called... No, he is clearly an Android. Beep. I would like to call this floor handler. right? Maybe I should comment that out. Damn it. All right, that's not right. We've been thrust into the void. Where are we? And why aren't we where we are supposed to be? All right, we've been put... No, that looks like the correct coordinates, actually. There's a level here. What? Did our position not get updated? Is that the problem? Oh, yeah, because we're setting it twice. That's why. Damn it. All right. I got the floodlight. Bum, 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 bum. Testing, testing, testing. It's interesting that I told it I could make levels of up to 7. 7 wide. I guess that includes the walls. So, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's 6. So that couldn't have included the walls. What are the odds that it makes a really, like, this is favoring rectangular rooms. This might be the kind of thing where I need to bias the RNG a little. Okay, there we go. This is what I was looking for. Why did it crash? Grid tile chord 8080. Is it because we generated a room on the edge of the map? $26.80, $80.80. That did put something on the edge of the map. Does that coordinate exist? It should. So why are we getting dinged? Oh, it's because we have another array here. And that array is... That's an off by 1. Okay, that is an off by 1. Yep, that's what I was afraid of. So, tile map editor can handle whatever you throw at it. Tile map layer can handle whatever you throw at it. It's not bound. You give it 80 by 80, and then you put something in 81 by 81. It'll be like, all right, cool, I guess there's a tile at 81 by 81. But we made another layer called the grid, and here it is. And the grid is not robust. The grid expects that we will not off by 1. So that is what we're getting hit by. And that is not hard to fix. That is not hard to fix. So all we have to do, go to our floor handler. We've been working long enough that I've already forgotten where the problem is. Single room pattern. We just need to like not pick the very edge of the map. Does that, I think that means we should not hand in a working space. We should, when we hand it a working space, let's just put a -1 here. Because that's where my off by 1 error check is. Let's just put that there. Now let's make 80 million levels. Let's never get our floodlight because it's always in a wall. There we go. So I think the way we have this set up, you can put the level in 0, 0, 0. You can put the level there, but you cannot put it at 80, 80. And I think that's fine. I think as long as we that can't bite us in the ass. That just may put us in situations where we get less level than we hoped. Like we have a 200 by 200 map and we're only getting 199 by 199 value. Not great, but the game still runs. And like if you have 1 kilobyte of RAM, you're fine. So 1 spare kilobyte of RAM, you're fine. So yeah, just generating levels endlessly. We're on level 6,000. I don't know. It'd be nice to have a level counter, level tracker. I think main needs to be responsible for that. Main needs to track what level we're on. But maybe not. Maybe the level handler, the floor handler can handle that. The floor handler can absolutely keep track because it's the only thing that needs to know. The main does not need to know what level it's on. So let's try it. Var level equals well, then again, I did set it up so that I'd pass this level in from main. That's the why did I do that? I'm not even using this. It's probably probably doesn't matter. Let's just do it. Let's just put it here. We don't need to pass this in. We just know it. We just instinctively know it. Well, we should destination equals -1. And oh, that's the level. That's the level object. The floor num we're not using. Yeah, we're not using that. All right. So destination equals -1. So if we pass in a -1 there, uh-oh. My YouTube dropped, but Twitch is still going. Usually that's not how it is. Anyway, if you don't pass in a destination, we will just go with whatever makes sense. But if you do pass in a destination, then we will override where you go. So that'll give us Twitch was lagging. Well, I guess that's on me then. If you pass in, like you can pass in like go to secret level. Then we'll go to the secret level and then we'll get back on track, go to the next current level. That should be fine. And then if we don't have secret levels, who cares? This is an optional parameter. Let's go to our main and let's adjust the function that we're calling because yeah, it doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. Yeah. And then let's work on making so level 1 whatever. That's not the final. That's still just a placeholder. But we can roll with that for now. Let's make level 2 and let's try and make that like a proper actual game level that we could play. And we're going to use the rogue floor pattern to do that, which I said this before, but I'm going to repeat it. The rogue floor pattern is where you take the world, you divide it into 9 segments, and you put a room in each segment, and then you draw tunnels between each segment, and then you fill the level up with items and mobs, and then you're done. We're going to do that. What was I doing? I lost track. I was getting rid of this generate floor thing. Does the game still run? Yeah, okay. What is this UI tool 1 text? Why do I still have that? I think that was just me proving that this works. I'll comment it out for now. Okay. Okay, I was just looking at get node. Is there a way for me to get class based on a string? And I think there is, because I want to instantiate floor strategy 2. The room pattern should be determined by the floor strategy. Okay, so their floor strategy equals okay, get node. But that's not right. How do I instantiate a class, but the class name is dynamic? Class db.instantiate. I'm pretty sure I ran into this problem already. But let me just stick with the docs. Okay, enough with that. How do I dynamically instantiate? Oh, it's so bright. Ah, it hurts. This is not the problem I'm having. Class DB method for built-in. For custom classes called project settings Godot. Get global class list. Did I call that function? Nope, I have not called that function. Get order. I could have sworn that I had done this because like it wasn't to instantiate a class, it was to instantiate a variable. It was for the label handler because I wanted it to be able to handle if I add tool label 3 because I want to add more tool slots to the game because it doesn't feel like there's enough tool slots. I should be able to just do that and then the code will figure it out. But that's adding nodes. That's not adding classes. So maybe not. Class db.instantiate. Back to the handler. Let's go ahead and class db.instantiate. Class name is floor strategy. No, current level. Oh, I'm sorry. That should be string. Okay. Dot format. Okay, so non-existent function new in base nil. This didn't give me anything. Damn it. Instantiate string name class. Is it because that class is called something else? It's called floor strategy 1. What if I just print this? So those should be the same. Non-existent function. But surely you output it first, right? Okay. So that's proof that this doesn't work. At least not the way I'm doing it. Wait, so what's the problem? I can't call this function. Class DB instantiate. Doesn't work. Because this function it returns null. I mean, like, this isn't a big problem. I could just implement an enum and then pass the enum to a getter function, or not a getter, but like a create floor strategy function. Then I just say create floor strategy 1, and then the function will give me a floor strategy 1 object. And then I just have to hard code each and every one of those, and like I could do that. And that's probably the smart thing to do anyway. So let's do it. Func get floor strategy int level. And this works because we defined this as an abstract class. If floor, okay, so a match floor 1 return floor strategy 1 dot new. Return null. Boom. Why is this giving me a warning? the function parameter destination, or the parameter destination is never used. It will be. We'll get there. I should not call this floor because that's already a function. I should call this num. All right, that should work. That'll get us floor strategy 1, and then we will have a game. Nope. Oh. Yeah, I don't need this new here anymore. And then we will have a game. Okay, we need to move all of this code out of this floor handler and into the level strategy. Floor strategy. Get floor strategy. Floor size equals floor, whatever the floor strategy says. Room pattern should defer to whatever the floor strategy is. So floor strategy dot get room pattern. Get base room pattern. All of this should get moved into the floor strategy. I want to just take all of this. Func generate level. But I've already named stuff like that. That's the floor pattern? No. Oh, no, that is the floor pattern. Implement pattern. Generate room. Implement strategy. We need to pass in the level. I think we need to pass in the player. And then we need to pass in... We don't need to pass in the destination. That is implicit. So... Alright, we just do that. Floor size is right here. It's hard-coded right now, but it doesn't have to be. Var room rect equals room pattern dot implement pattern. Player level gen dot get random room what? Okay. Let's grab the rest of the floor handler code. Just move it out. Let's get out of there. Oh, I already have the floor strategy. Floor strategy dot implement floor strategy. Probably the player loc stuff can be moved to the floor strategy like as a base function. Oh, I already have that function. What's the other function that I just added? Abstract func implement floor strategy level player character body 2D. We're getting there. We're getting there. Come on, push through. We don't need any of this stuff to be in here anymore. Maybe resolve item promises can stay. No. Level.init. Why is that? I should just... I don't need this function to be outside of the I don't need to call it anymore. I don't need to call it here. Too few arguments for implement floor strategy. Level player. Yeah, I don't need this. I don't need it anymore. We get the floor strategy, we implement the floor strategy, we're done. The floor handler is just responsible for calling the floor strategy, and the floor strategy is then responsible for picking patterns and calling them. So level 1 will just be one room. We can improve the logic here a little. So I would like floor strategy. I want some helper functions. So we're always going to be adding an exit. So add exit. I'm going to write it here, and then I'm going to move it into the abstract floor strategy. Okay, var item equals exit dot new item dot init. So we need to pass in the room rect and the level. Not gonna lie, this looks fun to do. It's fun in its own way. It's rewarding. It's rewarding. Stop frowning. No, I'm not gonna stop frowning. Room rect. It's already named. I don't need to think about the name. I already named it. I don't level. There we go. That's not the order that I usually do this in, but I did it. Add item, add child. And then we func final. No, I don't think I need to do that. We'll just always remember to call level.add resolve item promises. All right, let's take this function. We can move it because we're bosses. I should add primary exit. Okay, everything should still work. Where's my floodlight? Did I ruin that? Everything should still work. Why are there two exits? Everything should still work. No, I'm definitely doing something wrong. What is the problem? Oh, I never erased the code. Okay. Interesting that adding two exits. Okay, so first of all, where's my floodlight? Did I delete the wrong code? must have deleted the wrong code because I don't see the child in the thing anymore. Now the exit is not allowing the exiting. It is being very rude. Oh, level.add item and level.add child. There we go. Okay, so there's something critical. Oh, I never registered it. I never registered it because I copied the wrong code. This is why I didn't delete this code, so that I could copy it later. Come on. Get parent.register exit. Okay, that's all. We did it. Ah, what if we spawn on the exit? I'm okay with the behavior being what it is. Yeah, this is working. This is working. We're making levels. All right. All right. Let's go to the floor handler. We're going to start on current level 0 actually, and then current level plus equals 1. We're going to go do level 1. And then when we beat level 1, we're going to go to level 2. So we need to implement level 2 now. Okay. No, this is level 2. We're gonna make it. There's no reason for level 1 to be that big. I think we should have the levels be a little bigger each time, just as a but we're not gonna do the single room pattern. We're gonna do the rogue room pattern. Really? Rogue floor pattern. Okay, that's fine. Okay. This is going to return a room rect. Oh. Because this isn't going to return one room. This is going to return many rooms. Oh. That's fine. I should have thought about that. It makes sense that this returns one room because it's only generating one room, but this is going to generate 9 rooms. I think I still want to return them, but I don't want to, I actually don't want the player position to be set here. Oh no, I do. That's fine. Let's just have this return an array from now on. Oh, Lago-sama, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We're going to update this function. Array rex2i. Did I not change it at the top? Oh, I didn't. Okay, that's why. Like, that should have worked. All right. Just to check everything still works as is. As soon as we hit that exit, the game's going to crash. Oh, maybe I should just, for floor strategy 1, do that. Okay, we hit the exit, game crash. That's what we want. I mean, it's not what we want, but that's what we expect. We are going to return floor strategy 2 dot new. Let's go up to our floor strategy 2. Implement this pattern, the rogue floor pattern. Return me an array of rooms. That is going to include the tunnels, but we don't care about the tunnels. So the way that this pattern is going to work, we have a level and we have a space. We need to divide it 3 ways. So, okay, working space. Let us division point 1x. I think I can implement all these division points as a rect, but I'm gonna put them out as single points first on a single axis, and then maybe I'll combine them into a single rect because that'll make the code more compact and robust, in other words. Okay, so we have our working space. So the size of the working space, we need to get that. I'm going to reuse my code. First of all, let's grab those. Whoops. Make sure that what we're working with is not too small. I think we actually need this to be a lot bigger. So I'm going to say 10 by 10. We cannot implement the rogue floor pattern here. And I don't know how to return an old room. Because we could have a 3x3, a 3x3, and a 3x3. No, I think we need a little more space than this. Yeah, I think we can work this pattern in a 12x12, but who cares? This we're passing this a 90x90. So anyway, let's move on. So we take our var x divider, 1 divider, var x2. So I want to take working space and divide it by 2/3 and by 1/3. Dot size divided by 3 times 2. No. Does that even work? Var x y1 divider equals working space dot size 1 times 1 divided 3. Okay, assuming that works, because I think we need to cast this as an int. I don't know, like, if we get a number that's divisible by 3, we're good. But if we get, like, 64, is that divisible by 3? No, it's not. We're gonna have to round, and then there's gonna be a gap, and maybe that gap is fine. I don't know if that ruins anything. For the second y has y1, not y2. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah. I think this is safe. Maybe the code we're writing is horribly broken. We'll find out. We'll get to there. All right, so this next part, though, is very easy. What we're going to do is we're going to create 9 single room patterns. We're going to pass in 9 single room patterns. So I need 9 rect 2 eyes. And oh shoot. Okay. Trying to think of a way. Is there a cheap way to do this? An easy way to do this? Because I need to define 9 working spaces. And I don't want to just be like, all right, room 1 equals math. Let me look at what the rect2i functions are. So glad I might not make any games that use generating. Math. Get area. Expand encloses. Abs. Grow side intersection intersects. Merge? No. Operator. What functions? There's no like subdivide. All right. Let's just go through it. All right, so these are relative coordinates because we're working with size. So if we're working with a 30 by 30 map, ideally we have working spaces of 10 by 10, 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 10 by 10. And the top left one is the easiest because we just pass in the top left coordinate here, the position of working space, and then we add the divider. I think I can make an array, a list of grid coordinates for x in range 0 to 2, nope, 0 to 3, for y in range 0 to 3. We're going to create a vector 2i. All of these are the same size. So, Skeptic 10, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. We're going to, all these are the same size. And the size is the x1 divider. That is actually like what it is. So, var rect list subrect list equals that. So our first rect. We take the working space. Okay, so sub rect list dot append. We create a new rect2i, and then we take the working space dot position plus, we're going to pass in a vector2i, and that vector2i is equal to x1 divider on the x-axis, y1 divider on the y-axis, and then we multiply that by our x and our y in this loop. So for the first one, times 0, so we don't add anything. But by the time we get to, so the top left is the first one and the bottom right is the last one. The bottom right one, we want to be working 2/3 of the way to the right, 2/3 of the way down. We don't even need this anymore. This gives us our 9 recs to work with. And does that give us a rect? No, it doesn't, because we need to add the size. I probably should have just made this like a function. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're good. So we have this list of subrectangles. Now we need to for rect in subrect list new single room pattern dot new dot implement pattern level. I need to actually return that value, var room list. Okay, we got a single room. We're implementing the pattern. The pattern is rect. That's it. We did it. We're done. Okay, we're not done, but you know, then we have our rooms. They exist now. We need to connect them. The way I was reading that you connect them was you walk through the list and you pick another random room and then you draw a tunnel, and we have a function for that, from the center of one room to the center of the other room. And that's messy, but like theoretically it shouldn't have any, like, it shouldn't crash the game to do that. So if we just pick, okay, so we have our room list and there's 9 rooms and we need connections. So we pick a room, we say, okay, you connect to one other room on this list, and then we pull that out of the list, and then we pick a room, we say, you need to connect to one other room on this list, and then we pull that out of the list, and then we do that 9 times. That should generate a level. For rect, for room and room list. We need the center of the room, and there's a function that'll give us that, I'm pretty sure. Get center. Okay, so we call get center, and then we pick another room out of the list. Okay. I need to pick a room out of this room list, and I need to not pick the room I just picked. How do I do that? I have the room list. I need to. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Var unpicked room list equals room list dot duplicate. Does this function need, is this a hard copy? This is a shallow copy. I would like this to be a deep copy. Let's go make a deep copy. True. Sorry. That was a Python true, not a Godot true. That's true. Deep copy. No, it doesn't need to be a deep copy. It can be a shallow copy because we're not erasing that. We're not deleting the rooms off the face of the earth. We're just removing them from the list. Unpicked room list dot erase remove. No, erase room. We picked this room. It's not unpicked anymore. Now let's pick a room. Var random room equals randi range 0 to unpicked room list dot size. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, good. Cool. Then we take the room and the random room and we pass in the centers of those to our helper function, level gen helper. Generate tunnel. Okay, we pass in the level. We pass in the start. Oh, yes, yeah. Okay, room dot get center. That returns a vector 2i. Random room dot get center. What else do I need? Floor tile ID. I don't think we need to specify that. We're good. We did it. We're done. Actually, we're done. This is it. This is complaining because your code is already messy. I missed when that message was said, but it's true. My code is messy. I blame it on the game jam. Cannot use subscript operator on a base of type int. This is supposed to be the multiplying operator, not the subscript operator. What? What? What if instead of this, can I use subscript operator? What does that mean? What does that mean? How much longer are you going to be live? Maybe an hour? I was planning on tomorrow being just a full day of level gen, and I think we've laid enough groundwork that we will be able to like actually start making the game fleshy and playable if we stop soon. So I'm just gonna stop soon. But first, going to be short? Are you going to be planning? I'm planning on it being long. Okay, line 15, character 75. What? Oh. Does this work? Oh, I'm sorry. I see the problem. This is returning a vector 2i. Oh, no, this should be working. Why? I can't divide this by 3 and round down. Godot integer division. Like this should return an integer. Maybe because of this. X1 divider. Oh, this is not an array. I see the problem. Right. Can we just not have to deal with that? No constructor of rect 2i matches the signature rect 2i vector 2i. Why am I passing in a rect? I'm passing in. This is not a rect. This is a vector. Oh, I see the problem. No, that runs needed to be there. What? Okay. Oh, I love how I add the parens, and then Godot was like, did you mean to add a parens there? There we go. Okay, now we just got to return a list of rooms, which we already have. Return room list. Spell return correctly. All right, we did it. We did it. I think we can just go back to floor strategy 2. The player position needs to go in a random room. Var room rect equals room rex randi range room 0 room rex dot size. Give me a random room, put the player in it. Don't tell me that I can't do this. I had Godot running the whole time. Wow. All right, level 2 should exist. Invalid call non-existent function get center in base array rect 2i. But this isn't an array. It's not an array. It's just why is it an array? What? Is this an array of arrays? Is that what I made? Did I do that? No. What? Why is this an array of arrays? Okay, so the subrect list, I don't actually need to. This should just be array rect2i. And then it should throw a better error. Oh, actually it just works. Okay, I don't understand. My brain cannot handle. Instant crash. Invalid access of index 0 on a base object. We're trying to access 0 on a room rect. Why would that be wrong? Why is room rect an array of size 0? Did I not return? Print room list. Why is it an array of size 0? That's ridiculous. What did we print? Yeah, it's empty there. All right, brilliant. Is it empty here? It is. It's just empty. It's just empty. We don't deserve an array that contains things. Are we calling anything in this function? Print. Are we calling this function? We are. Okay, so we're calling the function, but nothing is getting appended. Roomlist.append. Print room list. What's in there? It's just empty. So this isn't returning anything. Single room pattern, what are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, it exists. We're definitely returning something. There's something being returned. Why isn't it getting accepted? I feel like I'm getting trolled. So this returns, I see the problem. This returns an array. And we don't want to append an array to our array because it's being rejected, but it's being silently rejected, I guess, which is absurd. Oh, we don't need this anymore. We know the single room generator. You're good. I mean, we know you're good because this level is the single room generator. It exists. Okay, so we're calling this function. Okay, so now this array exists. So why isn't it going down to here? Why is this? Okay. Non-existent function gets center and base int. Why is this an int? It shouldn't be an int. It should be a room. Let's see the room list. What does that look like? We got, that's a rect. That's a rect. These are all recs. We got a bunch of recs. Oh, we can't call get center on an int. That's ridiculous. The idea. Absurd. Print room. Print room is rect to I, because it should be. Output. It is. That's a rect to I. Rect to I has this function. Why can't I do that? Is erase doing, is this doing something? This is, all right, what if we move this after the erase? It shouldn't do anything. No, it still exists. Is it because, oh, it's not hitting on room, it's hitting on random room because random room is just an int. Oh, because I have to, because I forgot to do that. I'm sure someone has been screaming at the monitor going, as soon as he sees that, he's going to punch himself in the face. Invalid index, can't access 5. Why would that even be in the running? Is this, okay, is this inclusive? Off by 1 error. I'm glad that was immediately caught. Invalid access of 0 on a base object of type array rect 2i. Why is that invalid? Like this is the list, right? Random room. Unpicked room list. Why is this an array of size 0? What? Oh, because the last room. The last room. The last room. Let's test that theory. Room. So we're just going to count the rooms in the output. And if we see 8 rooms, it was the last room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, okay, yeah. This is the last room. So the last room has no one to connect new. Yeah. That's kind of a problem, isn't it? All right, I'm gonna head to bed. My school schedule getting to me. Catch you stream tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. The one and only Bacon. Good seeing you. I think we don't need to do anything in this case because every room. Well, okay, no, that's not true. In that case, is it okay? So does this strategy backfire? Is there a way that I pick a room? It shouldn't be. I shouldn't say that because I haven't done the math. I think though, if unpicked room list dot, is there an empty? Is empty? There is. All right. Break. We don't need to pick the last room. Come on. Come on, let's this is gonna work. Hey, why is the exit and the flashlight still there? So look at that. We've got did the level just give up? Hello? Why is there just a void here? That doesn't seem like the level generator's fault. Welcome to the void. Interestingly, that's not... doesn't make any sense. Okay. This is a tunnel. The tunnel had a moment, but you know what? That still works fine. But why is there a void? I need to know. Okay, yeah, and then this crashes because there's no third floor. All right, can we reproduce that? How obvious is it that that's happening? Okay, so I think these rooms would be more interesting if they were bigger. So we've definitely clamped the size of the room too low. But I think I did that for testing purposes, so whatever. What might be happening is we're not clearing out the old level, and the old level is bleeding into the new level. So we didn't reproduce it there. Okay, where are we? 84.6, okay. Ooh, this is curious. Okay, sure, that's... I don't hate that. I think we made this the size of these. I'm going to keep making levels, but I am going to increase the room size because I think that's negatively affecting. Also, these tunnels are huge, but I think that's because we made the map so big. Like if we make the map 60 by 60 instead of whatever it is. And that's the level 2 strategy. Yeah, let's make this 60 by 60, and then let's increase the room size maximum. Let's make it 16 by 16. Okay, perfectly fine. Better. Okay, here we go. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? So, okay, hold on. Let's turn off the floodlight. 6:30. 5:30. Okay, so is it possible that we're like trying to generate a room off map and the level mapper is just like, I give up. I can't do that. It could be like an off by 1 error. Why is there a random wall there? That's weird. I don't hate it, but I'd like to know why that's happening. I think because a tunnel is getting generated, and the tunnel is supposed to put like a corner piece, and the corner piece doesn't make any sense if the tunnel is being generated inside of a level. It's fine. It's not the end of the world if we have it. It'd be better to not have it. It adds a little texture. Raid message. Oh, hey Venorak, thanks for the raid. Welcome. We are in the middle of trying to track down a bug for our level gen. At the moment, we have the level sometimes it generates, and then sometimes it generates into the void, and I don't know why that's happening. It's not 100% reproducible though, which is, you know, the best kind of bug. Oh, here we go. Yeah, why did this happen? Why did the tunnel just give up? Was it trying to generate down or up maybe? No. Like, you know, if the tunnel had actually finished. But welcome. How was your stream? What were you up to? Let me go ahead. It's always a tunnel that is going off into the void. So let us put breakpoints on the tunnel generating code. And when I say breakpoints, I mean print lines, because okay, we didn't make any tunnels because this level doesn't have any tunnels. But this level has tunnels. This level got so many tunnels. All right, let's hunt down a void. Very cool. I never looked into how levels are generated. This is super basic. This is not supposed to be representative of how you do it. This is also not how you're supposed to hunt down bugs, but that requires the code to be a lot cleaner. And this is a game jam, so I'm not gonna spend time cleaning up the code when I could be spending time. I don't know what I'd be doing at this point. Fixing other things. All right, nothing happened that time. Start point. All the tunnels, for the most part, are good enough. Is there a void happening anywhere other than on the left side? Here it is. Okay, where is this? 3-8. Why didn't a tunnel happen at 3-8? Which one of these was supposed to generate a tunnel at 3-8? 7:30? No, not even close. 5:50 and endpoint is 5:8. We're making a modern version of PictoChat and Godot. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like a lot of fun. I'll be criticizing I'm the type of guy debugging with print statements. Yeah. It's just simpler. 5:8. Oh, that's this. Why are we making a tunnel here? Wait a minute. This is not the center of any room. This is not a room center. Does this look like a room center? No. This is the room center. It's like way over here. Wait, 13:8? Start point 5:50 and end point is 5:8. Why is this negative? What? What? There should be no negative coordinates. 2730 and endpoint is 2729. That's the smallest tunnel. And this tunnel didn't even happen. This tunnel just gave up. First path is 12.7. Could that be it? That's done twice. No, but that's fine. But this tunnel didn't happen. Why didn't that happen? All right. So this shouldn't happen, and this is something that we should be able to figure out pretty quickly. Generate tunnel. So we're giving a start and an end vector. Um, 730 and 2730. That's a vertical line. No, it isn't. That's a horizontal line. Let's go to the horizontal line. Yeah, if start 1 and end 1. Oh wait, no, I should be looking at the one right below it. 550 and 58. So that is a vertical line. The length of the tunnel is absolute end minus start. So 27, nope, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. 8 minus 50 is 42. Negative 42, but it should be 42. So for I in range, length of tunnel plus 1. Is this a function? This is a function, right? Returns the absolute value of a variant. Yeah, no, that should work. That should work. Okay. Tunnel loc vector starts at start 0. I plus start 1 times direction. So that is fine. No, wait. Should these be swapped? Start and I? Okay, think about this. Okay, so the tunnel loc is where we're making the tunnel. So, okay, 550, 58. So this should be 5. Start 0 is 5. I, which is, it starts at 0, plus start 1, I guess, is 50. It should be 8. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Start 1. No, that's the y coordinate of this. Yeah, so 50 times... yeah, they should be swapped. That's... Pretty sure they should be swapped. Did I make that goof down here too? Looks like it. Oh, no, I didn't. I did it right here. I just did it wrong up there. Okay. That should be it. That was the problem. That may not have been the only problem. Math. There's still obviously a bug because we see just random walls littered around, but okay, so first of all, if we look around, we don't see any negative coordinates, which is correct. We should not. Bug fixed. Now, is that the only bug? I'm gonna do 5 maps, and if I don't see any gaps in the universe, I'm gonna say we're good. We're gonna have lots more testing in the next week, so I don't need to test the universe right now. I think I'd be okay with this bug sticking around in the final product. I would be okay with that. It's not ideal. I'd rather fix it, but if we can't fix it, I'll still ship it, and I'm not gonna put a high priority on that. Yeah. I lost track of how many worlds this is, so I'm just gonna do 2 more after this. All right. Man, I really should fix the placeholder graphics. It's burning my eyes seeing the exit being just a red version of me. Like, I know this is still in development. It's all still placeholder and stuff, but it's like, man, literally everything else has better graphics at this point, and I just didn't do it for the exit, and I didn't do it for the player. The exit, I guess you don't see that often, but the player, I really don't have an excuse. The thing you see most often should probably have the most artistic talent invested into it. So I need to find some artistic talent and then invest it. I think we're good. I think we're out of the woods. We have not run into any egregious holes in the map, and that's the thing I'm worried about. Yeah, our line of sight code is the one flaw with these things is it's revealing the holes in our line of sight code. If we don't have those, then our line of sight code doesn't look so bad. Like that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Everything's fine. But then once you add like random pillars, it's suddenly like, okay, I can see everything, and maybe that's not how it should be. So, good news. We have a floor strategy 2. We're going to say that bug is quashed. I'm going to put this print line setup back into comment mode, and then we're going to go ahead and implement some monsters. I feel kind of weird because I'm calling this level 2, but this is really the first level. And this is level, I don't know. I did want to have like a tutorial level. Not a tutorial in the sense that like you have to do these 10 things and it's preset and all that, but just a tutorial level in the sense that like here's a level where there's no enemies and the exit is 10 squares away, and all you need to do is get there, and you have time to look at your inventory. Your oxygen won't decrease while you're on this level. It's just a tutorial level. Like you can do whatever you want, mess around whatever you want. No pressure. So calling it floor strategy 1 hurts my brain a little. Maybe it'd be better to call it floor strategy 0. Maybe it'd be better to just get that out of the way right now. Rename. Why can't I rename this? Oh no. This is what game dev is. It's all about being neurotic about names of stuff because you're never right. The names you picked off the top of your head are never right. And shame on you. 0, 1, 1. Let's start a -1. I think that everything should work. So this is level 0. Welcome. This is level 1. And this is level 2. Doesn't exist. Haven't made it yet. Back to level 1. We need to implement the floor strategy. We need to do a little more than what we've done. We need enemies. We need to get enemies. How do I want to do that? So we could have a function init enemies, and then we just manually set that in our floor strategy. It's not bad to do that on this layer. We could say like func init enemies array mobs, and then we call, I don't know, we just we spawn 6 bats, 6, what are the enemies? I don't even remember. It's been too long. We spawn 6 slime A's, 6 bats, and 6 butterflies, and an eyeball, 1 rogue eye. And then we put those into an array, and then we distribute them randomly all throughout the level. Why not? We don't need to spawn a floodlight on this level. We don't need to do that. Create enemy. Init. What's the word that I want to use? Because init enemies implies that once I init them, I don't need to do anything else. Create starting enemies. There we go. For I in range 6. Let's go with a mob list equals mob list dot append butterfly dot new. I think we're gonna have to worry about like adding them as a child to the level and doing all sorts of other stuff, but we can make a function for that. We can do that. We can implement that in our abstract floor strategy function, and then we just get that for free forevermore. Could not find type mobs. It's probably because it's just called mob. For I in range, what if we make this like 10? 6 mob list dot append slime a dot new. Cool. And if I spell 4 correctly, we'll actually have a game. For I in range 6. What did I say? Bats? For I, let's just mob list dot append rogue I dot new. We're done. We just return this list. Return mob list. And if we want to make more starting enemies, we can just call this function multiple times. If we hate our player, we can just be like, bam. I think I want to make this an abstract function. But if I do, then I'll have to implement it here, which is fine. I like torturing myself. Does that work? Great. Func create starting enemies array mob return null. Don't pretend like null is the unexpected indent. Come on, you expected that. Return empty array. There we go. Okay, let's move this function down. Oh, you know what? I should have been doing that this whole time. I can make the functions minimized when I'm not using them. Oh my gosh. Why have I not been doing that? Anyway, we're implementing the level strategy. Now we take our mob list. Man, I really spaced this out, huh? I think I want to add the mobs before I init the level. So yeah, I do. Yeah, that's correct. So var mob list. Why is that the name? It just is. Create starting for mob in mob list. Add it to the level. Let me make that function now. Wait, no, we already have that function. We have add mob, I'm pretty sure. But we still need to add position. Yeah. We still need to pick a position. Add child, add mob. Let's grab this whole thing. Level gen. Hide all the code so I can't access the thing I was about to access. There it is. Mob position is equal to not this specific coordinate, because that's random. It's going to be equal to a random coordinate, because that's random. Wait. Don't worry about it. Where's the player loc? It generates a position. Oh, yeah, this is the function. Okay, so I actually need to pick a random room. Room rect is equal to get a random room, and then the mob position is equal to get a random room in there, or a random location in that room there. We did it. We're done already. Oh, we could not return an array of type array where we expected array of type array mob. That's ridiculous. The very idea. Because I hate myself. That's why I do these things. Invalid access of index 9. Why have we not been hitting that? That's why we press the play button every 5 lines of code, because we'll find bugs. Okay, there should be mobs in this level now. It is a huge level, and there are not that many mobs, so, you know, it might take some exploration. You know, that's the game. I see no mobs. I see 0 mobs. It's statistically unlikely that they're all in one room. Statistically unlikely. Where are the mobs? Did they? Okay, so I found them. They're just cheating. They're just all. Okay, hold on. Is this right? Oh, I know the problem. Forgot to do this. Whoops. We have grid coordinates, but these positions are in pixel coordinates because that's the world we've. All right, no, I'm not fumbling around in the dark. Hey, we have enemies. Hey, I'm really glad that one didn't multiply. Okay, I don't want to fight two of you at the same time. Nope, we're not fighting 2 at the same time. That's a road to me dying. I did the thing that I said I wasn't going to do. All right, we got lots of bats. Lots of slimes. There's still a rogue eye somewhere. Oh. Hello there. And the gameplay's a little grindy. That is a work in progress. That is not something I'll be fixing this week, but next week. You know, the final week. Make the game not grindy. Okay, I think that one spawned a slime. I mean, the problem is that we have like a 50-50 chance of doing 1 damage. And every mob has 10 hit points, and that is not the correct number of hit points. The little fries should maybe have like 3 hit points. Hey, they exit. Did we put that in a random spot? I thought we... Oh. That's right. The eye drops an eye. What does that do? Did I randomly place the exit? I don't remember doing that. Oh, I did. Okay. Cool. But did I do that here? Add primary exit room rect. That should be in the... Oh. Okay. So it was just a coincidence that it was in the same room as the player because I was using that to generate the player log and then I wasn't resetting it. But the way I have it now, it'll spawn with the last enemy in the array, which is the eye. Do I want that behavior? That's not terrible. I don't hate that. No, but that's completely unintended. Let me just leave a note. I accidentally made this spawn by the last enemy in the list. Why am I writing it in code? I have a doc for this. Why don't I write it in the doc? We could also have something where like the floor strategy is you spawn the exit and then you spawn an enemy next to the exit. And that's a lot less obtuse. So maybe I prefer that. But the idea of like the level exit is guarded. That's a good idea. I'm on board with that. Maybe like create guardian enemies. So we need to create items now. It just can't be all stick and no carrot. Function create starting items. And it occurs to me that this probably should be a little more random than it is. And we have this function, get randi range. It's so random. It's the most random function. Let's just use it everywhere. I need to add enemies now. And I also want to add a comment. So yeah, the way that we've set this up, our floor strategy for making a level is 4 lines. So when we're going to be making level 2, level 3, level 4, that's how simple it's going to be. This logic is reusable. So I could just like pop it out into a function. Like set up player loc. I need to pass in the room rect and then the level. Why not? Why shouldn't I do that? Func setup player loc. I need to pass in the player. And I need to pass in the room rect. Yeah. And I need to pass in the level. Is this really saving me anything? I don't think so. Never mind. No, it is. It's just painful. It's painful until it works, and then it stops being painful. Default setup player loc. What do you mean it wasn't found in base self? It's right there. Thank you. Calm down. Don't tell yourself to calm down. I am going to assume that works. That's a spicy start, though. Maybe I should tell it not to spawn the player in a room with mobs. Or not to spawn mobs in a room with the player. Hey, the exit. Excellent. Let's get out of this game. We should be able to just copy and paste this logic, and it totally works. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. We'll come back to that. Add enemies. Default add enemies. I don't need to turn in the mob list. We can get that for free. I need to give the room recs. And that's it. Oh, I need to give a level. Func that. Let's take this whole jam, cut it out, put it here. Because we specified this here, we can call it here. From mob list room rect, var room rect equals room rect. There we go, we're done. Run it, make sure that still works. We spawn right next to the exit. Excellent. Okay, and we're spawning slimes. Excellent. Oh god, we're spawning slimes. Oh god. Alright, well this is where I die. Excellent. That only took all my hit points. Let's get out of here. Again, balance, not this week. Items. Can we move this up here? Just for my eyeballs. So this function is very easy to copy paste. And I think this is oh, excellent. Yeah. I think it's probably for the best if I make the player, whatever room the player spawns in is not a room that the exit or mobs can spawn in, but items should be able to. So in order to do that, all we have to do is remove the room that the player is in from the room rect. Okay. All right. Create starting items. All right, item. Let us pick some items. Energy pistol A and energy pistol B. Item list dot append energy pistol A dot new item list dot append energy pistol B dot new. Let's also add a stun baton. Why not? And then let's add not weapons. I guess a level scanner would be fun and a motion scanner. Okay, and then we got a whole list of consumables. Let's add a bunch of mob parts. Since we have a lot of bats on the level, we can add bats on the level. I don't know. I didn't. That sentence got away from me. Six to Randi range. 6 to 12. Let's add a bunch of eyes. That's cool. Let's add a bunch of med gel. And let's add some O2 packs. And then, yeah, no, that's fine. Return item list. All right, and then just like how we did it for the mobs, we're gonna have a default add items, and it's gonna look very similar to our default add enemies. Abstract func create starting items array item. All right, sick. For item and item list, I think that's not the right function for the levels. The levels have, or for items have a different, no, it's actually the same. Never mind. JK. Let us just press the play button, see what happens. Did I call the function? I might have forgotten to call the function. So we have this cool function, and we can call it. We're not going to, but we could call it. Just letting you know. Default add items. Room rex level. Maybe we should put this up here. Ite. My level is a dark. Identifier mob. Maybe if I call it item, then it'll work. Floor strategy 0 must implement this function because I hate myself. And there it is. The game ran and it crashed. Invalid function. Add item. Oh my god. Copy paste. It's the best. Never goes wrong. Alright, we start in a room with a bat and a slime. Let's get out of here. Oh, okay. I guess we're cornered now. What if we keep running? To do. Mobs will continue to chase you after you escape them. Cool. We went in a loop. Oh, we're fighting the thing I don't want to fight. I've seen 0 items. I'm a little scared. I think I know what happened. No, we're doing grid to pixel here. I thought maybe like I goofed up those coordinates. Wait a minute. Let me go to the level. Yeah, no, grid to pixel. Yeah, okay. It should be a grid to pixel. And the floor strategy is calling resolve item promises at the end. So the items do exist. I mean, they should exist as soon as I move anyway. Where are they? I know there's more mobs than items, and the mobs will chase me, whereas the items will just kind of like wait patiently. But still, what if I add like 6,000 of them? So we better encounter an eye. the eyes? Oh, they're in my inventory. Why are they in my inventory? What? Okay. I see we spawned an exit and a wall. You know, that's not great. We need to not do that. Okay, I'm picking things up. So what's happening is the items are not visible. Why aren't they visible? They're being added. Oh, I need to call item.init. That's right. Item.init. Position vector 2. Why? Why do I need to do that? Grid mapper dot pixel to grid item dot position level. All right. Okay, I haven't picked up any items yet. So this isn't a case of like, they're there, they're just not visible. But there's 60 to 120 eyes in the level somewhere. And they're in rooms. And I've hit how many rooms and I've hit how many eyes? That seems a little unlikely. I think we might be in trouble. Still empty inventory. Okay, and we just hit the exit. Something in that init function is ruining items. We're getting lasered. Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, this is where I die. Wait, invalid access. What? Tried to spawn something, but it doesn't exist. Possible position. Yeah. This is supposed to prevent that from happening. Like, if we look here, possible positions are 0, right? Array of size 0. Oh, this isn't null. Okay, size 0 does not mean null. All right. All right. Where are the items at? Why is it still not spawning items? Do I need to not do this? So I don't know if I need to init the position. I think the item init function will initialize the position. Let me just check. I might be setting it twice. Yeah, it is. Okay. So what we can do in that case is just get rid of this function. It's called levelgen.this. this. And that's fine. Test that out. There's a lot of butterflies. There's a lot of enemies. The numbers I've picked may be too high for the level size. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Not that. We're gonna do this. Give me the floor strategy. Print the level location. All right. Where are my levels at? Or my items? Why are they up there? Why are they in the corner? Print room rect. Are we passing it the same? Are we just like mega unlucky? No, we're not. Why is this happening? These are very fine rooms that we're selecting. They're all different. These are not the correct coordinates for that. Should I be passing in like a different value? Let me go to the level because I'm pretty sure I'm passing in the right thing. Oh, I'm supposed to grid map it. Oh, that's why. Of course, that's always why. I'm certain this is going to work now. Stupid pixel to grid bullshit. Look at that. Eyes everywhere. Eyes everywhere. Just like we programmed it. Oh, what is that? Is that a laser? Oh, it's the motion tracker. Okay. That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. We found a bug. How did that happen? This tunnel got cut off by another tunnel? That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't be possible. The code should check to see, is there a floor here? And then it won't overwrite it. I explicitly wrote that to make sure that happens. Excellent. We have all the eyes. I think I can turn down the eye production. Oh, that's a laser. That's a gun. I just have to fight my way through every slime on the map. Okay, fire. Stupid dodging bullshit. Okay. Eat all the eyes. Is that the level scanner? No, that's the motion tracker. Okay, I don't sense any motion. Oh, I found motion. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, this resets my vision? Oh, that's no good. Oh, no, it's because I took off my floodlight. That's why. Yeah, no, that's fair. What is this? The laser pistol A. All right. Oh, med gel. Oh, oxygen tank. I think we can be very sparing with the oxygen we give out. We can maybe not give out the oxygen tank ever. Why did this crash? Because we tried to scan outside the range of the map. That's fair. We shouldn't do that, you know? But why does this not crash it? For X in range, array size 0. For Y in range, array size 1. Oh, because this is just setting everything to scene. Okay, I see. But this, we need to make sure that we're not trying to peek outside of the world. If grid.x, or I should say if x.player loc dot 0 is less than, do we have the size of the level? Array size. I should say X. Greater than 0. And I want to put this in that so that I can do this. Y plus player loc 1 must be less than array size 1, and Y plus player loc 1 must be greater than 0. All right, if you do all of that, oh, I was going to turn down the eye strategy. $600 eyes. Oof. Oof. Okay, well, rip me. Hey, you know what? Fair. All right, so we've implemented floor strategy 1, and it'd be really easy for me to just say floor strategy 2, floor strategy 3 are the same. I just copy and paste the code. All right. Oh. Got the motion tracker. Good. Got the oxygen tank. That doesn't look like an oxygen tank. It looks like a grenade. I feel like I should just make that the grenade because I want a grenade in my docs. So, you know, I should just give me what I want. Fire, fire, okay. Officially, I'm gonna go to the next level. Oh, there's the eyeball. Officially, we have 3 levels implemented, which was my goal for the weekend. So we are, we're good. So tomorrow is just going to be me refining these 3 levels. It's going to be me adding like basic elements to flesh this level out more. Because like right now, this is Rogue gameplay. I don't like if we were like, I don't want my game to be better than Rogue. This is it. This is a level gen. This is it. We're done. I think Rogue had like secret doors and stuff. I'm just not gonna implement that. It did have doors, so we can implement those. We can implement, like, we can add enemies. We can curate the balance of the game, but like that's it as far as like core elements of level design. Now what I do want to do is add another room pattern. So we got the Rogue floor pattern, and that's whatever. But what would be interesting is there are other ways to make maps that are more they're rougher. They're less square room and then tunnels. Like it'll make like a cavern looking thing, or it'll make a more interesting shape pattern. So I think we want to implement some floor patterns that do that. And then what we could also do is implement some prefab rooms. So I think the tutorial room should be a prefab room. I don't think we should be randomly generating that. How do you do the combat turn manager? It looks so clean. If it looks clean, that's an accident. It's not supposed to. The combat manager is handled by my combat handler here. And then my turn managers are actually handled by my movement handler, because I don't have any way to not move. There's no wait button yet. I haven't implemented that yet. So taking a turn is moving. And then do rest of turn. This is the entire turn. This is the entire turn backbone. So, Rogue bat bit player for 1 damage. I need to fix the messages. All right. Thanks. No problem. Oh, that's the stun baton. Oh, I'm out of power. Let me eat some eyes, because I decided those give you health. Or, I mean, energy. Okay. I did also want to implement the concept of, like, ambient light. So that would just add to the player's vision while you're on that level. So ambient light is normally 0, but on some levels it's 5 or it's 8 or whatever. And to represent that, I want to add not items, but like little torches you can't pick up, you can't interact with. They're just there to represent, hey, it's a little lighter in this part of the dungeon. Oh, we're gonna die? We're out of power, so we're attacking with our fists. Wasn't there an exit? Didn't I already find the exit? What am I doing? Oh, yeah, it's right there. Really? Oh, I'm dumb. Right, because I never figured out how to dynamically generate this, so I have to do this by hand. Damn it. I was so looking forward to that being like, all right, I got to level 3. That's the end of the stream. And I can claim victory for this weekend. So everything I work on past this point is gravy, as far as my plan goes. I do want to implement like different enemies on floor 2 and floor 3, and also I thought about like, instead of the floor strategy being like floor strategy 1, floor strategy 2, floor strategy 3, having it pick a random floor strategy and going from there. I mean, I could still do that because the way that I'm handling picking the floor strategy, it's happening right here. So I could actually just like put a randi range, return floor strategy 1 or floor strategy 3. The floor strategy doesn't know what level it is, and it doesn't care. And this object stops existing past this point. I hope. So could do that. I could do that. Like, there's no reason not. So actually, my original plan, where we just randomly pick, like I could say floor strategy 3 is actually all slimes, only slimes, and then there's the slime weapon, which I'm gonna take one of the pistols and rename it to like the slime laser, and you find it there, and then even make a prefab of here's where the slime pistol goes. So when you go into that room, you always get that pistol. It's always there. Yeah. Why not? Why shouldn't I do that? All right, I got the too many things. So let's consume all of our everything. Eat all the eyes. Consume the terrain scanner. I need to find... Oh. Laser pistol A. Welcome aboard. I need to name those. Oh, laser pistol B. Welcome aboard. The better laser pistol. To do, balance. This is not right. This is not how that wall should look. The terrain is messed up. Has it always been messed up and I've just been blind? No, I'm worried. No, it looks fine there. It's just messed up over there for whatever reason. Sloppy. I mean, what I should do probably is just fill all of the blank spaces with walls. I feel like that's a pretty common roguelike. Where's the exit? Oh, there it is. Maybe I should have a thing where if you reveal the exit, it never gets unrevealed. Yeah, I might do that at the same time that when I change the icon of it. Okay, we got plenty of oxygen. I can make oxygen more scarce. I'm not going to write balance notes yet. I'm not going to do that. But tomorrow, I will be spending a lot of time. Once again, this wall does not have the right texture. Oh, that's why. There's a room on the other side. That means the terrain is messed up. Nope, that's not why. That is not why. Weird. Oh, that's pain. There's a lot of pain. Don't you replicate in front of me. That's gross. Okay. Let's make floor 2 have different enemies. Let's have the number of butterflies. Have the number of slimes. Hey, how's it going? We got levels. We got them. Have the number of bats. Let's still have the rogue eyes, but let's also add crab bots and orb bots. For eye in range. Boom. Okay, and then the items starting list. Let's have energy pistol C. Let's not have a stun baton. Energy rifle A. And then instead of these scanners, we can have a metal shield. I did not give myself that many items to work with. Ugh. Energy shield, I guess. Content. Oh, I need to spawn more consumables. Did you grind reading that Rooms and Mazes roguelike article? Yeah. We'll replace the eyes. No, we'll keep the eyes, but we'll have batteries here. And then we just have no oxygen tanks. Great. No, if that's gonna spawn on the wall, let's try again. All right, and then let's immediately leave this level. We're fighting scout orbs now. Oh, there's so many enemies. Oh no. Okay, I'm dead. Oh, we can leave. Oh no. I'm gonna die to a butterfly. Oh man, that's what I need. I need you died to a butterfly. Okay. Give me the motion tracker. What I really should have is the items should be picked randomly from a list. Like, pick 2 from 5. And the weapon should be the same, but that requires me to... I don't know. I'm satisfied with where we're at. I'm just gonna digest. We're almost done with the stream, so just digest. Like, this isn't fun, but this is almost fun. I can feel like how close we are. Not that it's polished. Not that once it's fun, it's polished and we're good. We stop. We still got to polish. And we still got 14 days. So, like, you know, that's a lot of polish. The laser pistol C, huh? I still don't have buttons for dropping items. We need to find, like, sounds and stuff. We need to fix the missing textures. I need to sharpen up the gameplay. But, you know, this is something I'd submit. This is something I'd submit for the game jam. I don't think we're going to fail. Oh, that's a shield. Okay. I can't pick it up because I have no inventory space. All right. 6. Okay. 6. So I don't want the game to be there's a million billion eyes on the map and you're constantly draining your energy because you have your flashlight on. So you have to just be constantly eating eyes. I want to tone down the energy usage of items a lot, and that is why I have this bar here, so that I can add a little more texture to the items, the tools specifically. I'm thinking of adding 2 more tool slots as well, and then spamming out like another dozen tools, because I think that's the more interesting part of the game. But I don't have a lot of inspiration for like what would be a good, fun, cool tool to add. I'm honestly a little running on fumes creative wise, so we'll need to brainstorm that, come up with ideas, play other games and get and farm ideas from them. Did I miss the exit? Consume all eyes. Yeah, I definitely need to make the exit not disappear once you've spotted it. That's absolutely a problem. Or is the exit not in the map? Oh, there it is. Okay. Is the exit actually bugged? No, it was 2 steps away from me. I don't think I implemented level 3, so, and I should have done that. Whoops. Let's see, for mobs, we can add a couple drill bots. Let me grab the pack from level 2. We'll just get rid of the bats. Oh no, we'll replace them with kestrels. Okay, but we need to add a couple dog bots. Probably could make a function for this. Yeah, I probably should have done that. Whoops. 510. List.append dogbot.new. Oh, we have snakes and bone crushers. Let's add those. Bone snapper. All right. Energy rifle B. And then let's add the biogel fab, I guess, and the microfusion cell. That's not what it's called. Micro. What is it called? Portable cell. All right. Other than that. Is that laser pistol B? I didn't know that even spawned on this level. I thought it was C and laser rifle A that spawned on this level. Oh, there's our first dog bot. It's not as tough as I thought it would be. We can make the little guys. Oh no, it happened. That needs to be fixed. Okay, I need to make that note. That's actually a priority. Don't make impossible levels. Sometimes the level is unwinnable. A tunnel gets cut off. Must fix. So I think the way we're going to fix that is just go in. I'm not doing it tonight, but we're just going to go into the tunnel generation code, and we're going to double and triple check that we're not overwriting a floor. We should be doing that already. But there were gaps, and I was like, what's the worst that could happen? Well, the worst that could happen is the game becomes unwinnable. So, hey, let's just knock that one out. Why are the levels keep coming like that? That's the medgel creator, right? The biogel fabricator. All right. So that's kind of constantly heal us. That was the item I added because in Rogue, you regenerate hit points per turn. The regeneration is really slow, but like you just get it for free. In Reaping the Dungeon, you don't. You do not regenerate at all. And I figured, like, well, an interesting compromise would be you don't regenerate, but here's an item that will regenerate you. And if we get around to implementing difficulties or like classes or something like that, you know, some classes, some difficulties, you just start with this item. It costs a lot of energy to keep it up, so it's not like free. But it's definitely a lot easier when you have regeneration than when you don't. Okay, does this consume energy? It does, even when I'm not healing, and I don't want it to do that, but we'll overhaul all the tools when the time is right. A laser rifle B. Oh, fully dodged. Okay. Might want to put the hit points of mobs on an exponential track. So low tier mobs have 2 hit points. Mid tier mobs have 10 hit points. Big mobs have 5 million hit points. Okay, that's not exponential, that's insanity. But you know, something in that ballpark. Okay. I don't like how often I need to refresh my battery. I wonder if I should make that a lot bigger of a capacitor, and then make the energy recharge items super rare. I think that would be more fun. These are thoughts. These are thoughts. I should be writing them down. But that's a lot of dogs. Why are they all in the same room? That is also, that's a thought that I'm certainly going to have when I start up tomorrow. And also, you know, the advantage of streaming is that you're kind of recording everything you do anyway. So, okay. Where's the exit? I'm going to exit, and then that's the end of the stream as soon as I find the exit. What is that? Oh, that's the cell. The energy cell. Yes. Give me power and oxygen. It is refilling my oxygen. It should actually be giving me 2 oxygen to offset the consumption so that the player can see that that is happening. Okay, and we just vaporize. There it is. All right. First 3 levels implemented. Not balanced, not clean, ugly, but a game. It's in. And the way that we've implemented, it is not going to be difficult to implement level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7. The only thing holding us back from doing that is the ingredients of gameplay that I want to work on next time. So we'll add more room patterns. We will add more tools. We will add more. We'll add prefabs. We don't have prefabs right now, so we'll have to add those. And I don't know, we'll just start polishing at that point. Got the first 3 levels in? All right. Cool. Well, I'm happy. I'm excited. Levels 1, 2, 3. All right, y'all. Thanks for watching. We'll get this in 14 days 13 days, 22 hours. Gonna get there. Till next time. Thanks for watching, y'all. Actually, let me see who is streaming right now. I did set this up on my end, so I'm always like I'm super nervous about rating, especially when I haven't like listened to the actual stream. Hold on one second, I got a cough. Really? This seems... Is no one... I mean, there's a few streams, but... It's, alright. Well... This one looks like something's going on with 3D modeling, so let's go with that one. Alright, thanks for watching, y'all. Hope you had a good time. See you all next time. We're going to make this game. Make your games out there, too. Play lots of games. Have lots of fun. Join game jams. They're great. See you all next time. Oh my God, I can't.